Hello. It's Jack. I have returned from break, and I'm really excited to be back. How is everybody? Oh, I also have to... What happened here? That's better. My computer is just at an angle or it's hard to read chat. But hello, everybody. My lord. It's good to see you, Cathatoria. Wow, that one's new. Cathadora, Alias, Jacktania, Tripwire, Pencils, Ecomaniac, Kevin's Hillary, what's up? True, thank you so much. Your birthday's on Sunday. Will you by any chance be streaming that day? It's not on my schedule, but I mean, who knows? I feel like now that I'm back, I'm really excited to just jump back into it. Ooh, my computer's still kind of freaking me out. That is a very slow load. We'll just worry about that later. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, True. Thank you. Oh, and we got a hype train. Melon Lord, my lord! Thank you so much. As long as everything's good on your end, I guess that's like our top priority. My computer just looks a little bit angry with me. Martin, thank you for the resub as well. Thank you so much. My events page, I'm giving an extra second to see if it will load over here, but we'll just see about that. Anonymous, thank you for making it rain, it looks like. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I'm really excited to play today. Oh yeah, like I just got Google Fiber installed yesterday, but so then I'm pretty sure that this seems to be a laptop thing. I don't know if I just didn't give it enough time for a break, but again, as long as it's okay with you, I'm just gonna try and reload the website. And we'll see how that goes. Beneath the Hollow Moon today, you got it. I was so excited to get the Google Fiber thing. Like I saw that they've been digging up like spots in everybody's yards to like get the basics all set up and going. Kristen, what's up? It's good to see you. I mean, I feel like this is not a fair representation of Google Fiber. It looks like it's more on my computer's end that's a little upset. The speed tests, I can do it if you want. Unless like that itself like already stresses out the computer. Okay, yes, I got my events here. Here we go. True, thank you for the resub. My lord, thank you, Martin. I really, really appreciate it. And Anonymous. Yes, this is the Polybridge soundtrack, yes. And Paul, thank you for 100 bits as well. I had a really nice vacation. Butley Poopington, it's good to see you. How are you? My sweet, my darling. I had someone visit who I've been wanting to meet for a really long time. I've been talking to this person for like a year, and we decided that we wanted to meet up, and it went really, really well. So the result of this is I am now trying a long-distance relationship, which is scary and kind of hard already, but I'm really happy. I don't know how much I wanted to kind of disclose about it, but I was late because I was watching someone else do their announcement. But yeah, like it's been weird because I met him through this whole world that I've been in now on Twitch. So thank you guys. I feel like I've gotten a lot from this with a career and new friends and now someone else. So am I trying to make something work with someone in another country now? Yes, which is very stressful. But as he said, just a step at a time. No face without a face. Thank you for the sub. Oh, I was really nervous to tell you guys. I kind of want to cry. I was like nervous. I don't know why. Thank you guys. I'm really excited. Okay. I'm trying to pick which beverage I want as my consolement. I have coffee and a smoothie from yesterday. Twinder, right? No. But yeah, I'm really happy. I knew that it was something good because my cat likes him. We played through some video games together. He helped me beat Resident Evil 2 because I'm not good at scary games. But I had the controller for like at least 70% of that. Pretty good. Got me to finally watch the Bo Burnham special, which was awful for me. Like, it was awesome, but I ugly cried so hard. It was so bad. Finally got to go out and get some food and do a bunch of stuff. It was great. Emily, thank you so much. It means a lot to me that you guys are hearing me out. Thank you. But let's play some freaking violin, shall we? I feel like I shouldn't just give away the surprise, but I've already given away a lot of surprises. Saying goodbye at an airport really sucks. And I was so having a hard time. And the next day, I kept thinking about that freaking Bo Burnham special. Kristen, thank you so much. Thank you for a $20 donation. And Cathadora, thank you guys so much. No face without a face. I see that you're a new sub, so if there's something you'd like to hear me play for you, just let me know. That goes for you as well, Amlead and Kristen. And I tell you guys how I get fixated on things, and I ended up learning one of the Bo Burnham songs yesterday to like help me focus on something, and it was so interesting. It's such a weird, interesting form of a song. I don't know how I'm gonna do it yet, but yeah, like, I mean, I'll talk about why I think that special meant so much to me in particular, like as we get closer to it. I learned it yesterday on piano, so it's still a little shaky. I'm not a pianist by any means, but I figured it out all by ear, so I'm pretty happy with it. But when he touched on, in particular, how he couldn't continue doing stand-up because of panic attacks, that like wrecked me, because for a good like 6 months something similar happened to me where I couldn't drive because of it, and I had to call out of work sometimes. It all came down to the driving, really. But to get out of it, I would leave my house like 2 hours earlier for everything, just in case, and have like Gatorades in the car so I could just like make sure I drink and hydrate and all this stuff. So it was just something that really hit deep with me. So I wanted to do something, because clearly that did something for me. So it feels full circle for me to learn something from his. I'm fine, by the way. Like, that's not an issue really for me anymore. Last, thank you for a resub. Thank you. Thank you so much. How's piano going? Have you had some time to do that? I know you're probably really busy with all your own stuff too. MJ Jinup, thank you for the follow, by the way. I think I'm caught up with everything. Tupai de Fralda, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I did do my basic violin warm-ups, and I'm feeling pretty ready to go. A little shaky. Oh yeah, for Tupai, usually I ask for people to do something to support the channel to get a priority request. But since you're new, I'll play something for you for free if you want. I like to make you feel welcome. Hey, Rent Swag, and thank you, Laz. Thank you. I'm happy to. Thank you guys so much for all the support, for the hype train right at the beginning, and all these new follows. Welcome for Tai Pai. I'm sorry, I'm probably saying your name really bad. Darkness Killy, thank you, and for your kind words in chat. It was making me smile when I was playing. Retirement? Congratulations! Yay! For Rent Swag, that's awesome. Hattie Vampire, welcome. How are you? The Zoltan and CJ Studios. Doc Not So Strange, thank you for the resub. Oh, for 2Pi, I can play a lot of stuff from Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger. I have like Time Scar, Home Arnie Village, Frog's Theme, Guardia Millennial Fair, and there's a fifth one, the slower one. I can't remember what it's called. Thank you guys again so much. I feel so much better just being honest with you about what I was doing my past 2 weeks. The Guardia Millennial Fair song, I can do that for you. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything else that I have to update you on. Not really. Like around Christmas time, I probably am gonna miss like 2 days of streaming, but I'm not gonna be home for a super long time. I'm just flying home like the day of Christmas Eve and staying a little longer because I'm gonna do a special trip to visit my nephews. And I got them their presents yesterday. I really hope they like it. It's really scary trying to pick something a 3-year-old would like, and I want him to like me really bad. And then for the 1.5-year-old, I just kind of winged it with that, so we'll see. For One Swag, I had a great time, yeah. I got to spend some time with someone that I've been dying to spend time with and get a lot of great food and walks and movies and everything. I got him, don't tell him, but I got him a matching Spider-Man hat with gloves. And then like a little car, because I figured he'd want something to play with that wasn't closed. He really likes Spider-Man. Callie, what's up? It's good to see you. I hope so. Ugh. I'm like, I want him to like, he likes me. I mean, we FaceTime. He knows who Auntie JoJo is, so. Yeah, the bangs have reached a point where I needed to make a decision on it, and as much as I loved the experiment of having bangs, and I'm glad I tried something different, I feel like this is just how I'm supposed to look. You got great news as well. You got accepted into USC Thornton for a master's program. Oh my goodness, Rent Swag, you are just laying out all the good news. This is great. Tripwire, I did keep in mind what toys I got for them because I don't want my sister and brother-in-law to be like, why did you do that to us? Like get them like a little drum set or something. Was I tempted? Yes. But did I not do it because I love her? Yes. Few weeks of having bangs. Yep, I'm rocking the double bobby pin right now. Well, now that I've at least let you guys know about the me and Gary thing, I feel like it's funny for me to tell you one thing. When I got my bangs, we were like on a video call for a while and I went, hey, do you like my bangs? And first he was like, what? He didn't know what bangs were. They call it fringe, apparently. So after like 2 minutes of that, he was like, oh, the fringe. I was like, yeah. And he went, I'll get used to it. Savage. Bangs are like the shorter row of hair that you get like above here. I was like, oh, okay. Whatever. Don't worry, he's very, very kind. Honestly, I'd rather be with someone that's honest with me, at least. Luca, it's good to see you again. Blue Life Deep, thank you for the follow. Thank you, guys. I'm glad I did it. It was mostly just the upkeep. Like, I don't know if you felt like that, Kristen, but I hated like blow drying them and trying to style them. It was so frustrating. Because at least with my hair is like this, I can just like do whatever I want to it. Yeah, the blow drying thing, I couldn't do it anymore. Very frustrating. Okay, why don't I do a little bit more improv over the Polybridge soundtrack here, and then I'll do Beneath the Hollow Moon for Melon Lord. Thank you for your resub. And then we'll do Guardia's Millennia Fair for our new friend. Can you tell me if I'm saying your name right? Is it like 2Pi? That still feels wrong. I don't know. I might be doing it wrong. Time off was really good for me. I tend to channel my stress into work, and I just started that cycle and worked myself into a place where it was a higher priority than myself. So it was really good to just be like only focusing on feeling good in my downtime. So I had someone to help me, obviously, but hopefully I'll do it well on my own as well. 2Pi. Okay, cool. All right, let's do a little bit more improv and then get into it. Thank you guys for making me feel safe talking to you about a little bit of my personal life. Still want to keep some things like private for sure, but I've been pretty transparent with you about everything going on with me, so it only seemed like I wanted to keep that going a little bit. Nicely done for Butley. I feel like that's gonna help me now never forget it. I feel really comfortable playing violin today. Thank you for Shutta for the follow. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. let's see. I need to get my binders. Oh, look at all this music. Flagana, I missed you guys too. I know I needed to step away, but oh my gosh, I am so excited to just be back. My schedule's going back to how it always has been. Well, I guess not always, but the standard schedule of 11 a.m. on Monday and Saturday. Nope, Monday and Friday. And then Tuesday and Thursday at 3 p.m. Central Time. And occasionally I do a game stream on the other channel. I was gonna do one yesterday, but I wanted to try my best to focus on getting some work done for you guys. I'm not quite ready with Ableton, but I can let you guys at least know that I have made really, really good progress. It's harder than I thought. I'm doing my best, but I've learned how to do a lot of different things with it. So I'm learning how to use my APC 40 with the program. I was able to buy this and the program thanks to you guys, so thank you so much. I've learned what everything on here does. I've learned how to do soft panning to go in between and make sure that certain tracks are related to each side. I've gotten most of the basics down. The things that I need to figure out before I can stream live are two things. Well, I mean, probably more than that, let's be real. I can't figure out how to make every track automatically follow the length of the first one that I do. So with the first track, it's like, let's say 45 seconds. I want that to be the barrier for all the other things, but now when I loop on it, if it's longer, it does the whole frame of it. So I gotta figure that part out. And I also need to figure out how to be able to record mid-loop, which I know is possible, but it's frustrating. And I think the hardest part is like, I'm not using the built-in looper. Maybe I should try that. I watched one of the 1,000 tutorials that I have watched. But a lot of them were saying to not use the built-in looper, but maybe I'll go that way. I'm using Ableton Live Suite. You think they use... Okay, I'll try that then. Wednesday, I was gonna put a lot of time into it again, but I'm making good progress, and I learned how to custom make all the keys whatever color I want. I did that on a break when I was getting really frustrated. I'm like, I just want to make it look pretty. So, we're getting there. Good news is I have already 150 loops ready to go, at least. I just got to figure out how to do it within the parameters of Ableton and not my lovely Boss pedal that I have been using. Cool. Let's do some more music. I know I've been doing a lot more talking than playing. I'll get into the playing, I promise. Viper, thank you for the follow. And when I should have been working on Ableton a little more yesterday, I ended up just learning this Bo Burnham song like all day. I blame this on my ADHD though. I get really fixated on things, and I just got into a mental place where I'm like, I'm learning this song. Nothing else is happening until I learn this song. Fiddle, very cool. For Viper, I'm a bit of an amateur fiddle player. I do a little bit of fiddle. I do a bit of Celtic and a little bit of bluegrass. But maybe I'll try some today. What kind of fiddle music do you do? You bleed bluegrass? Bluegrass is such like a flexing of violin. Like, there's so many just like runs and tricks, and it's very exciting to watch. Like, if people didn't know this, hey Jamie, it's good to see you. You also did 2 semesters at Berkeley for guitar. I'm a Berkeley grad. I was gonna say grad and girl. I'm a Berkeley girl. I feel like I was gonna say something else. Got distracted. I guess that's just where that conversation was meant to end, I guess. All right, we are gonna do, with that little fade out, Beneath the Hollow Moon. I know a lot of you guys are actually guitarists. After violin, guitar is my most comfortable and favorite instrument. I really enjoy playing the guitar. Like finger picking styles in particular. Oh, I just think it's so relaxing. I feel like I'm hearing like a buzz sound. Oops. Ooh, that felt really nice today. Shada, thank you so much for a $30 donation. And I know that you just followed today, so thank you so much. Thank you. McCloud, I can see how you would think that, but I'm guessing it was when you saw me do this. This is actually a bluegrass a trick that I learned in Nashville here. I was at a bluegrass jam. There's this place called the Station Inn, and I actually don't know what they've been doing since like quarantine rules, but they used to have 1 day a week where it would just be like bring your instrument and play. And the way they do it is the inner circle, like there's chairs all in a circle formation and rows going back. So at the inner circle, that's where the best players usually are, and the ones that like really know the tune so they can lead it. And then each row back are usually the lesser confident players, but it makes it in a way more inviting because for me, for example, I was really shy, so I was like on the outside circle. And that's how I got to do a little bit of my first playing in Nashville and to meet people. Uriel, oh my gosh, I love as well the like chivalry between you and Butley. It is so beautiful. I hope you have a good start into the new week and that you're healthy and well. Muffins and hot cocoa and coffee. Yay! Especially for Joe. Thank you. You know how I like my coffee. Uriel, how are you? It's so wonderful to see you. But at that particular improv night or bluegrass night that I would go to, there was this like old fiddle guy, and he was like telling me, he saw me wiping my strings, and he was like, like, you're gonna make someone go deaf from that. And I was like, what? He's like, you gotta use cork. And he gave me a little bit of cork, just like, standard what you would see on a wine bottle. You don't want to use a wine bottle though, then there's alcohol on it and that's not good for the strings. But anyway, if you rub cork on it, it takes off the rosin like immediately. So if you use a cloth, it makes a really awful high-pitched noise. And because he told me that, I went to a Joann Fabrics, like a craft store. And I just bought a whole thing of cork. So whenever I had students in person here, I'd be like, take a cork. Like, just, here you go. Hello for Far, how are you? Your music is very beautiful. I like your eyes. Excuse me for my English. You're French. I think your English is perfect so far. Bonjour. Okay, for Viper, I was wondering what you were going to say in particular being a fiddleist. So I was like, is this girl? I thought you'd be like, this girl clearly just took a joke and ran with it. Let's see. For A Possible, hello. Glad to see you. Seem to have survived the crazy storms the other day. Yes. A lot of you guys messaged me a lot of advice, and for sure, Viper. We also got other string players I know in chat, so we all kind of like share our things together. Hello for Morris. Welcome. How are you? A bunch of you guys sent me messages, which was really, really sweet. I was totally fine for the like tornado that passed through. It was at 3 a.m. I kept my power. It was just really loud for like an hour, but it was good. We were fine. Pork, what's up? My week was amazing. How was your break? I think you did a little bit of traveling yourself. For Discraft, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Shetta, in case you did not know, you get a priority request with the donation, which means I'll play anything on my list for you if you'd like. Oh, I saw that you picked one. We're good to go then. For Viper, I haven't done with this rosin yet, is it's brand new, but I usually make like little scratches in a line to have grooves to follow along, but that's usually all I do. And I tend to focus the rosin on the upper part of the bow here, because that's what I use the most. Jam time, heck yeah! Oh, I love when you guys say that you're playing with me. Pencils, legendary mod, celebrity on Twitch, both as a streamer and a mod. Joseph, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you. Let's see. I think I'm going to do Waltz for the Moon first, and then, we'll do Guardia's Millennial Fair. For Tupai, I just want to make sure I do the priority requests first. I hope you understand. You guys might have noticed from my follow notification that I'm quite a fan of Final Fantasy VIII. Especially Lady Rinoa. I love Rinoa so much. Let's see. Hello for Hand, how are you? Wait, is Misquote here? I think I missed that. Misquote! Or am I just shouting into the void? Oh, Calbright, welcome. Are you a violinist as well? It's probably bad, but I've used like a key usually. It's probably bad for the key, but that's what I usually use to scratch up my rosin so I can get through that layer. Oh, you're from Gary's stream. Admittedly, that was partially why I was late today. I was like, what's he going to say? How is he going to do this? I cannot act normal on stream until I know. But that's cool. Are you a violinist then as well? That's really cool. What kind of style do you do? I know that people usually are like fiddle or classical, but what I like to showcase is that violin can play anything. Wait, Joe, the post near yours is slow. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, yes. I haven't gotten it yet, but thank you. Also, hi, Matt. It's good to see you. Let's see. Let's do Waltz of the Moon. This is for you, Shutta. Thank you again for the donation. I think I was mostly just really hesitant on where I was going to do my shift there. I'll figure it out. Merp, merp. Still pretty good. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Thank you for Tina for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate it. I don't have it written down for this one. I feel like this might make some people like cringe. I don't write a lot of shifts in my music. I kind of just go for it. I don't even know where, I know that's gonna be a third. I feel like the two spots I could do it are equally just kind of awkward. I'll write a tentative one in. Mostly as you made me feel bad for not having a shift. Let's see. Yes, if I do that, then it's like a double 4, which is also not ideal. I feel like if I just do that and then a third here, 2, 2, 1. Something's on there. Let's see. Arcade Atlas, thank you for the follow. Nah, you guys make me feel really good. I love you guys, the mods. You make me feel safe. Next up, we have Guardia Millennial Fair. For this one, it's actually a loop performance that I put together, so it takes me a second to put it all together, but I think it's kind of fun. I hope you like it. Oh, I mixed this up with Skyloft. My bad. Shadow, thank you so much for that donation. I wish I could have done something a bit more polished for you. But I really appreciate it. That was really generous, and it's stuff like that that helps this remain my top focus, so thank you. Let me grab the guitar. I was working on actually a different Chrono Cross song. I wrote out my tab version for another Goldev. I found a couple versions online, but I just wasn't happy with them. So I made my own tablature, and I actually almost have the whole thing. The last 20 seconds of the song is just really hard. Like the finger shapes in it are like 4 fret stretches, and I can do it, but I need to practice it. I could show you the first part though. I think it's quite pretty. Hey, I'm Righty. How are you? Honestly, I really like doing my own tablature, and like I write all of my sheet music out myself because I feel like it helps me learn it a lot better. But I'd like to show you guys the practice I did for another Goldev. I feel like the B string's always so frustrating getting it in tune. For Uriel, of course, yeah. Is everything okay? Are you okay? Let's see. So here is the song. I actually put this together last Friday, I think. Make sure it's in tune. Then after that, it's a little messier. But I'm going to make that one into... How the heck did I do this? Oh my god, I'm tangled. There we go. But my goal is to learn that song and then turn it into a loop performance. I already learned the violin part for the main line, but I'm going to make a really nice arrangement, I think, for a trio of violins, but I really like it. Fiddle player, but originally I'm a classical pianist. Very cool. I was always jealous of those classical players that did both piano and violin. I feel like that's like super, super cool. Let's see. Thank you so much for Crodeo, by the way, for the resub. What's up? Thank you. Bobby for the follow. Dupe Fort, thank you for the resub. For 16 months in a row now. Thank you so much. Thank you. And 12 Rubik, you also followed. Thank you. For anyone who did the resubs, Crodillo and for Dupe Fort, if there's something I can play for either of you, please let me know. Now we're just going to do Guardia Millennial Fair. Again, this is going to be a loop performance, so I'm going to start. Play for me something good. I'll do my best. Oops. I'm going to start with Guardia's Millennial Fair with the guitar, and then I'll just go from there. Maybe the main melody after, I guess. The mistake I make with this song is I typically don't put my sheet music in the right order because I have to play them or change them really quickly. Coffee. I'm getting the Haas ready. Calbright, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Hello, Boss Looper. I haven't used you in a minute. I'm excited to see you. You look very handsome today. I usually have new songs prepared for you guys every week. For this one, I think I'm going to try the Bo Burnham one that I learned. I'm a little nervous. Like, I have a vision to make it a loop, and it is possible. I, like, mapped it out. It's possible. It's going to be tricky, but I know I can do it. And who knows? I might just go for it today. We'll see how I feel. C-Wise TV, thank you for the follow. A couple of you guys said you want to hear it, so maybe I'll do it early in the stream. I'd like to, like, at least sing 2 songs to get my voice warmed up a little bit. I did a couple vocal warm-ups, but not too much. Misquote! There you are! I saw Pencils mention you earlier, and I was like, I feel like I miss you in chat sometimes. I feel awful, because you're so nice. How are you? It's really good to see you. I've been doing pretty good. Alright, microphone, and let's track the guitar, shall we? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and... I'm pretty happy with it. It's fun. Let's just listen to one more and I'm gonna add tambourine. It just needs tambourine. Man, no one's ever asked me this, but I think some of you might be thinking it. And yes, I do feel like Esmeralda when I play the tambourine. That tambourine really adds a lot. I love this part. It's so pretty. Oh, that made me very happy. That was so fun. For Let's Play Ombre, thank you very much. And Hisk, thank you. One of the benefits to when I get better at Ableton is like that tambourine, I won't have to do it the whole time. There's going to be some little tricky things with it. I'll just have to learn to turn it off, like when it goes to that, the waltz section, for example. I mean, yeah, it is kind of a 6/8. Whatever. Doc, thank you so much. And don't you worry, I am planning. I got to figure out what I'm going to do this year. I was pretty pleased with myself for the mod thing last year. Last year, I got the mods all like what their name was. So I got like Jarro Clay, like a really cute little clay pot. And I got pencils, a giant pencil. I found one that was like that big. It was awesome. But obviously I can't do that again unless I just keep finding different variants of that, which is kind of hilarious to think about, but we'll see. I'll think of something good. Oh, we got 2 birthdays today for Alexis and Malice. Well, we all know what that means. Got to do some singing. Thank you so much as well for CM for 100 bits. Thank you. And Cornflake for the resub. Thank you so much. And for A. Merrick Babert, thank you for a resub as well. Thank you. Like, it would be funny to keep the joke going, but I want to see if I can find something else that's like thoughtful. Matt was tricky because I was like, I could send him like a big M, but that seems dumb. But since Matt does photography, I got him like a cute little desktop camera, like more of like not a working one. I don't think. It's like a little thing. Everybody, put your party hats in chat or whatever celebratory thing you got, because we're gonna sing happy birthday for Alexis and for Malice. Oh, I'll put you in there too, my darling hedgehog. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alexis, Malice, and a day later for Hedgehog Sonic. Happy birthday to you. And Renswag, really? Are you lying to me? You want to? For sure. Let's see. How do I want to get started with some singing songs? Let's do I Have to Say I Love You in a Song. Oh my god. Thank you, Matt Black. Thank you. Elizabeth Holmes. I don't know if I've gotten that one before. I usually get the Triforce of other pale girls with dark hair and blue eyes, which is, of course, Katy Perry, Zooey Deschanel, and Lizzie Kaplan. That is the Triforce of doppelgangers for me. I've had a couple wild cards thrown in there. I've gotten a lot Kristen Stewart, but I don't see that at all. She looks so beautiful, by the way, and she's in that new movie about Princess Di, and I would like actually made a sound out loud when I saw her because I was like, oh my gosh, she looks so beautiful with like the short blonde hair. I was like, oh my gosh, gorgeous. Tesno, what's up? How are you doing today? Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Matt. That's really sweet. Yeah, when I had my bangs, I was trying to just live a double life as her. Or maybe I grew them out and now I'm just trying to escape my previous claim to fame. Let's do I Have to Say I Love You in a Song. I love this song. Makes me think of my dad. We used to sing it in the car together. Oh, and for Amalius, I saw that you have a request for Time Scar. I will do that right when I finish this one. Let's see. Oh. There we go. I'm really excited to play music today, you guys. I haven't done this material in so long, so I'm ready to just play as much of it as possible. All right, check, check. Still a little quiet. There we go. 1, 2. Nope. 1, 2. Here we go. That's not good. 1, 2. Here we go. stay. I know you'd understand. 'Cause every time I tried to tell you, all those words just came out wrong. So I have to say I love you in a song. Well, I know it's kind of strange, but every time I'm near you, there's something that I just gotta say. I know you'd understand. 'Cause every time I tried to tell you, all those words just came out wrong. And so I have to say I love you in a song. Will, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid. William Fox, guitarist extraordinaire. Make sure you guys check him out if you haven't already. Let me know if there's something I could play for you, Will. Final Fantasy VII, perhaps? Oh! And Soul of Talos, thank you for the raid as well. What's up? I'm sticking around for a while. I needed the break, but I'm feeling ready. Thank you again, Will, so much for the raid. I think I saw you said, just gonna grab your dinner. You do your thing. But thank you so much, Will. And I don't know if you guys could hear me over the cacophony of instruments I was looping there. But Will is awesome. He's an amazing guitarist. He makes it look so easy. Makes me want to try and learn lead guitar. We'll see if that ever happens. I got a couple other things I need to learn first. But we'll figure it out. Soul of Tadlos, thank you so much for the raid as well. What were you up to on your stream? Heyo, it's Mark. Thank you for the follow. And Furbo, thank you for the host. I really appreciate you. Alva Jazz for the follow. Ashpunk for the follow. Mad Keeks. I don't know if I ever thanked you, but thank you for the follow. And priority requests are always open. And basically, the way I do my request system here is, Mark, thank you for a sub. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And you're actually right on time with what I was about to say. I was saying for a priority request, which means I'll play anything off my list for you, you just have to do anything that would help support the channel and help this remain my primary focus. So that would be like if you subscribe or gift a sub. I do a $5 minimum or 500 bits. Elias, thank you so much for a gift sub. Thank you. Both of you guys get priority requests. But if you're brand new, I noticed that we have a couple new faces today. If you're new, I would like to play something for you just to make you feel welcome. And quite honestly, if you just ask me nicely, there's a high probability I'll play you a song anyway. Yes, I really like the songs on my list. I worked hard to make a song list of things that all sincerely means something to me. So then I can bounce. I've tried my best to make a song list that was compiled of things I really care about. Um, so then I don't ever have to resent playing them. Like, I hate to admit in my career as a musician that I work as a freelancer here in Nashville. So I do a lot of freelance work for other bands, or I record in the studio for someone or stuff like that. And there's been a couple times, you know, on stage where I would resent a song where I'm like, oh, I don't want to play this. Like, and I would just, you know, do it because it's your job. We all have parts of our jobs we don't like. For me, it was playing like, I don't even know. It was probably some cover in a band a while ago. But I've slowly turned my career into playing music that I really love, which is video game music for you guys and the bands that I have chosen to be in, where I really love their music and I'm passionate about it. And yeah, I know I'm going on a bit of a rant here. I think I'm also just trying to explain the randomness of my list, because my song list is pretty all over the place. It will be like, you know, Emmylou Harris to Radiohead to a song from Courage the Cowardly Dog that I thought was pretty, to a song from an anime that I really like, Vampire Knight. It's like all over the place. So I get self-conscious of it sometimes, but I think most of you guys know that's like my thing. Fire Emblem. Wait, yeah. I have one from that. Don't I? Am I making that up? I think I do. Oh, I got to get used to my system again. Oh my goodness. Ah! This is my video game binder of all the video game transcriptions I have. I have a separate one for Final Fantasy. This one's just Final Fantasy. Yes, Spring Radiance. Thank you. I'll probably play that. I really like that song. And now I actually have a third binder of more video game music. But I have a system for myself to organize it all. So the very first tab is all Zelda. And I put that in the front because, you know, like, people ask for Zelda a lot. Then the second tab is Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler. Third tab is various, like, Nintendo. So we got like Mario, like all the Mario franchise stuff, and Pokemon I put together. And then I have Chrono Cross, and Ori. And then that goes into a bunch of like my Japanese RPGs, Xenoblade Chronicles. I have a lot of stuff, yeah. I actually don't have any Christmas stuff. I probably will. I think I got nervous with adding Christmas stuff to my list because I want to be sensitive to the fact that some people have a really hard time this time of year, I know. And I guess I wanted to be careful to not bring anyone like pain. I don't know. But I think I might do one or two this year and just give a warning when I do it. I kind of want to learn I'll be home for Christmas because I will be home for Christmas this year. And I wasn't able to last year. And that was quite difficult for me, if I'm being transparent. It was a very, very hard day. It was one of like the worst days I've ever had. This stream, oh my God, Pencil is savage. Oh, I felt that. I can only make noises in response. Oh my God. Oh, that was so mean. I take 2 weeks off and then you just like give me your finest. Will, did you get your dinner? Let's see. Okay, so I gotta focus here. We got some requests here. Malleus, you asked for Time Scar from Chrono Cross. You got it. And oh, is my stream okay? This is not my song list. Ah! I think it's just like this desktop is like going crazy. I do not do the Mariah Carey cover. Mostly because, quite honestly, I know I wouldn't do it that well. Um, I think that there's some other really awesome music streamers that would like own that, but I don't think I would. Let's see. Sorry, my computer again is having a little bit of trouble. It keeps loading up other streamers' song lists for some reason right now. And I'm like, no, I gotta do mine. Okay, there it is. Jeez. I also feel a little scarred from the Mariah Carey song because I studied as a vocalist for 2 years at a music school, and the entire month of December, you would just hear the best singers in the world just going by the hallways, waiting in line for lunch, humming behind you in class, just nonstop. I just heard girls doing so good, but just nonstop. Like, I went to Berkeley and it was just nonstop all the time. So not only did I get a little bit tired of it, but I also got a little intimidated by it. When you're around that many really good singers just like killing it, it's like, okay, I don't need to. I'm going to find another little song for me to do that maybe you guys aren't doing because you're doing it really good and I'm scared now. That is so good. I got a smoothie that is. Oh my God, Will, that is also savage. Damn. I know where your C chord is. Mark, you're gifting a sub too? Oh my gosh, yes, Windy Hill. That's my favorite song from Sonic Adventure. When I was a kid and I got to that level, I got so sad when I beat that part of it because it was over. Like, I remember it's by like the canyon area and it's the second out of the 3 parts. And then in the third is when you're like in the tornado, so the music picks up and is really energetic. And I was like, no, I want the chill one back. Give me the chill one back. For Flagata, I actually gotta go through the Sonic Adventure 2 soundtrack. There's a lot of Sonic stuff I want to do. I think what my strategy is, I want to turn a lot of them into loops. Yes, I think I tried and I felt like the violin didn't fit over doing the melody as smoothly as I wanted it. Oh, and Mark, you also got Song of Storms. I can totally do that for you. I got you. actually almost bought this last week. There's this game store in my town called Game Trader where it's mostly used games and like really old stuff too. Like they still have, you know, like NES and Atari and Sega Genesis stuff, which I love. So I was walking around there. I really wanted to get Mario Party. I have my N64 hooked up in my room, and I have Mario Party 3. I don't have the PS1 hooked up. I do have my PS2 hooked up because I have my Final Fantasy stuff I play on there. But PlayStation 2 plays PlayStation 1. So I was thinking I wanted to get Chrono Cross. But then I thought about you, Pencils, and I was like, I feel like you'd be so disappointed if I got it and I didn't stream it. But it's such a long-term game that I don't know if I'm going to stream it. But I don't know. The Shadow on the Moon, thank you for the follow. I was so mad when I got my PS4 and I think you can't play PS3 games on it because I really wanted to play Heavy Rain so badly. But they did finally do the the polished release on the PS4. But I did have to wait a while, and I was very upset about it. I really wanted to play Heavy Rain so bad. I feel like that could be a fun one to do on Joe Doesn't Play Violin. We'll see. I'd love to stream it, but don't worry if you did. It's a super long game. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. We'll see. There's so much I want to play. Speaking of things to play, I actually have a great request. Well, maybe. I feel like we're saying that now. For Cornflake, they asked for my original song, Who's Got Who? I haven't figured out a way to play this yet. I performed this song with my band Fable Cry, and there's a lot involved in it. I want to work it out as a loop eventually. I'll probably pre-save a bunch of stuff on Ableton when I switch over there. Wait, Will, are you saying that you don't like the Final Fantasy VII remake, or are you just telling me to do it? I can't read the angry emote paired with this. Oh, you should play it, okay. Did they change, like, is there not turn-by-turn fighting in it? Like, I've seen a lot of stuff about it, but I purposely didn't let myself watch it because I want to experience it myself. Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, I never get a game when it comes out. I'm so cheap. I wait for it to be out for a while and then I buy it used, or like wait for a sale day. Anyway, what I'm going to do for you guys for my song Who's Got Who is I'm going to play the recording for you that is released by my band that you can actually listen to if you like what you hear. We released a full-length concept album called Fool Me Once. And it's an entire story. Like, we basically wrote a musical. So I'm going to load that up here. And this was the song, one of the songs I contributed to it. And I hope you guys like it. And I'm just going to do some violin parts that I both played on the album and do a little bit of like fancy improv on it.
Spaces, I see familiar faces. Have we met before, or am I just drawing blanks? One that I can't deep on this stage. Have to hold my breath. Meant to walk along the body. Me when you were taking my breath. Come to get ya. My vendetta's been forever. Come to wake you find that everything's been taken and it all belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Soon as I'm before you see me turning the tables, and then we'll see who's got who. You broke my friend, I know you do it again. As if our words were meant to never end. As soon as I'm before you see me turning the tables, and then we'll see who's got who.
I forgot one of the chords. Oh, I love Fable Cry. Fable Cry is like my main band. They're my heart and soul. I love that group more than anything. They're my family. And I am a big fan of Deer Hunter. I can see why you would notice that I would be a fan of Deer Hunter. That would be very helpful, Pencils, actually. Thank you. I would love to try and do a loop performance at some point of a Deer Hunter song. It's a bit intimidating because the form of it is so, like there's a lot going on. But I feel like if I could do Paranoid Android, I could do that. Maybe. I also saw that someone asked for Paranoid Android. I can put that in the song list as well. I just want to make sure I do the priority requests first. Since 2019? Did you get a refund, or are they just like letting you know, like, you have this, Will, whenever the show happens? Just say it is me, Will. And they'll be like, okay, you're in. The Merc, thank you for the follow, by the way. So Mark, we got your songs up next, and we're going to start with, let's do Windy Hill first. I'm a little nervous to do this one because it's been a long time and it's in a tricky key for me, but I've become a better player, so hopefully I'll be able to do it. Okay, Windy Hill. This is in E flat. I'm going to get warmed up for a second for this. I will do my best. I think what I'm gonna do with this song eventually is change the key probably to like, I might just bump it up a half step to make it E major and make a loop performance out of it. For Malleus, yes, Fable Cry. Matt, thank you, Matt. Just put all of the Fable Cry links in chat right there. We have a ton of music videos that are pretty elaborate. They're pretty over the top, but that's kind of one of my favorite reasons for being a part of Fable Cry. Performance is very important to us, I'll say. Very important. Okay, I can do this. This was my first Dreamcast game. Me and my brother shared it. And I can't remember what the games he used to play on it were. But we both played Crazy Taxi together a lot. That game was so fun. Oh, I love this song. It's so happy. But I want to find a way to do it. I don't know. Smash Madash! Hello! How are you? It's good to see you. Could you see the obvious excitement? How are you? And P.O., thank you so much for... Oh, this is a part of your... I can't believe you did 12 months, Petzels. You're a wild man. Oh my god. I feel like I should do a priority request for you, just from the reminder of that. Is City Escape a different one than the one that has the singing in it? I think that's from Sonic Adventure 2. It's like, and we'll escape from the city. I'll make it through, prove it to you. Follow me. I think you're talking about a different one. Yeah, Mel. Follow me. Oh, yeah. That could be a really fun one to do on Joe Doesn't Play. I love it so much. I feel like for Sonic Adventure, it was the first game I played where like Claire de Lune, what a beautiful name. How are you? Where was I going with that? Oh, yeah. Sonic Adventure, I felt like was the first game I played where you got to be different characters in the same settings. I thought that was so cool. So like whenever you'd be about to finish the game, and you get that sad feeling when you're about to finish a game, you would be able to look forward to basically doing it again, but still have it be a whole new experience. I thought that was really cool. Also, Uriel, I saw you said something really sweet earlier, and I appreciated it very much. Thank you. I think I almost 100%ed it. I don't think I finished the robot storyline because I think I got stuck in it or something. I feel embarrassed that I don't remember the robot's name. I was thinking about doing that theme though for one of my song list ones. I really liked the like theme song that it had. Let me see. E102. I'm just listening to remind myself before we do the Song of Storms arrangement. For Mark, by the way, I combined Song of Storms with Koss's theme. I hope you don't mind. Is this what I'm thinking of? It's kind of Persona 5-y. Pretty cool. This could be a fun loop actually if I'm like doing those. This could be cool. Oh, this is awesome actually. I might learn this tonight. Yeah, it's kind of a bop. Breath of the Wild is eating so much of my time these days. Wait, did they like announce the actual release of Breath of the Wild 2? I feel like every time I kept checking, it would just get pushed back. Oh, also, did you guys see that they're releasing like an open world Sonic game that looks so much like Breath of the Wild? I thought that was so bizarre, but I might be into it. I don't know. I thought that was interesting though. I could do improv over this. That was way more fun than I thought it was going to be. Well, all right, mental note. I got to figure out how to do that in some capacity. I did start a playlist of songs that I wanted to do improv over that were video game music. But then every time I listen to them, I'm like, I just want to like actually make something out of it though. Oh, my first burp today. Oh. Did you guys miss me? So heartwarming. Accordion. Man, Jack, I feel like I gotta give you like an award for you're so like on it with the ear blood when I burp. Hello, Sam Barrios. Thank you for the follow. You feel better? Order has been established. I'm really good at accordion. Maybe we'll make a burp one for Joe doesn't play violin. I don't know why. I don't want to burp one for this channel. I don't know. All right, let's do it. I might have to take a little restroom break soon. Because I have like 5 liquids over here. I was kind of asking for it. All right, let's see. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and. wasn't there a ding on the end? Oh, yes, I put it on this track. Bummer. I feel like I'm happy-ish with how that one comes together, but I think I need to change it a little bit. It's really close to like how I'm hearing it in my head. I think what I'm going to do is, so I took the chord progression of Koss's theme. Welcome, Zach Rapp. How are you? I took the progression of Koss's theme and I adapted the Song of Storms melody to fit over it. So now I think I should learn the chord progression for Song of Storms and force Koss's theme to match with that one, and then have them really interplay with each other. Mark? We got Paranoid Android up here. I think I'm going to take my break really quick before I do that. I'm just going to really fill up my coffee cup and be ready to go for that. But thank you guys so much for the warm welcome back. I'm really excited to be back to it. My break was really important to me for a lot of reasons, but this is another really important thing in my life, and I'm just really happy to be back. Zach, thank you for the follow, as well as Raincloud. Welcome, you guys. Thank you. When I get back from my break, I'm going to do a loop performance of Paranoid Android. Oh, Sniper, I saw that you asked for, what is it? The Chauffeur. I'll probably do that at some point today. And, you know, I feel like that song has become one that I do most streams, honestly. So maybe we'll get it next time that you're in chat. All right, wonderful. Thank you, everybody, once again. I'm going to take a quick break to just use the restroom real quick. And then when I come back, we will do some Radiohead. Audie, thank you for the follow. Thank you. All right, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm going to put up one of the YouTube videos that I put up on my YouTube channel, Joe Cleary, spelled like that. I want to take all these loops that I've done and make little videos for all of them, put them up on YouTube. And here was one of the first ones I really did.
Forget the way you helped me. Won't forget the way you said. The warmth of your love's like the warmth of the sun. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Don't let go of my hand. Now that darkness has gone. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. And I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you. You give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. The warmth of your smile long time to come. Don't let go of my hand, now that darkness has gone, and this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Now won't forget the way you held me up when I was down, and I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you. You give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. This will be our year. Took a long time to come.
Then check this out.
Oh, I didn't know if I was going to make it back on time. Jat C, thank you so much for a resub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Nacho Max, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. And Adi, thank you. I realized that when I set up everything before I started streaming, I didn't click the on button for the coffee maker. And I was like, no. So then I was just standing next to it like this, like, go faster. I want to have coffee. But it finished just in time. I have a full cup of coffee. Tripwire, thank you. Wait, was that for Sniper? Oh, do you mean for the chauffeur? Is that what this is all coming together for? I also had most of my smoothie in like a minute, so I feel like I'm very burpy now. Yeah, yay! We're on the same page. Hey, also Tripwire, I want to thank you specifically. You've been killing it in weekly goals, and I was feeling kind of down on Sunday, and you gave an encouraging push in weekly goals because I hadn't been running for a couple weeks, and you have. And you said, you're up. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I should. And I did it. And I really did do it just because of that light encouragement. And I got a bit of sore legs today from doing the run, but it's like that good feeling where I'm like, I'm back in it. Okay. So thank you. You helped me get out of a bit of a sad girl little slump that I was in, and I really appreciate it. So thank you. All right, let's see here. We're gonna do Paranoid Android. Exit. Have all the beverages I could ever want. Skiing tonight. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I used to go skiing every winter with my family. We go to Waterville Valley, I think it was what it was called, in New Hampshire. And it was one of my favorite, I loved it so much. I was so little when I started skiing that I actually fell asleep standing up, because anyone who's skied before knows the boots can be very stiff and restricting. And I was really short. I'm still really short, but especially for like a kindergartner, I was very small. And I fell asleep leaning forward like this, apparently, on my skis. And so my ski teacher, they dropped me off in I think it was called Pee Wee ski or something, to learn how to ski. And my mom said that she came in and my ski instructor was just holding me, this blob of puffy jacket pants, and it was just she fell asleep. Here you go. She's like, oh, thank you. I am 5'1". Hello, Alex. How are you? Cross country. Ooh, yeah, that's probably gonna be accessing that same running muscles. Make sure you stretch well and hydrate. Exceptional History. I like your name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. All right, let's do this. she makes you look pretty ugly. Kissing, screaming, Gucci little piggy. Remember my name. Off with this head man, off with this head man. Why don't you remember my name? Well, I guess he I got a government text and it made me really scared. And then I was like, oh, it's just telling me I can get my booster. Cool. Thank you guys so much, by the way. Thank you. That was one of my favorites that I've done today. That just felt really good. Zach, thank you so much for a sub. Thank you so much. I want to make a mental note. I might try and clip that maybe. Oh, I wanted to also apologize to you guys. Can people hear me? Check, check. I have a YouTube channel that I put up all of the VODs on. I can't put the VODs up on Twitch to adhere to the copyright rules, and I want to obey the rules because I really like being here and I don't want to leave. But that being said, I was really bad at uploading the VODs during my break. I just turned off everything. And even before break, if I'm being honest with myself, I fell behind. And I'm now caught up through November, and I'm just going to be posting them every single day. But I'm sorry that I fell behind on the VODs. I really do apologize. And I was thinking maybe I might make clips of stuff to put up on the VOD channel is I want to do a nice recorded version of this song with a music video for my polished YouTube channel. But I thought maybe I could do clips of live performances that we really like on the VOD channel as well. Yeah, I thought that would be a good way to make people happy, because I know I take a long time to make my videos, and I know people want to have options to hear it. So maybe I'll make that one the first experiment, because it felt pretty good to do for YouTube. So yeah. For the guy Ben, I almost called you Bean. You are a pianist guitarist. What kind of genres do you do? Also, exceptional history. I don't know if you can hear me yet, but I also started off on YouTube. In regards of watching people, I started off with like kind of the gateway drugs of YouTube. Like I got really into watching all of PewDiePie's stuff, and from there I found H3, and I love H3. I love the H3 podcast. Then I got into vloggers. I got really into Japan vloggers like Tokidoki Traveler and Charla, or Charmeleon. But it was my first time where I started to like feel engaged and connected with people online. And I knew about Twitch, but I never went on it before. And one day when I really just so badly wanted to connect with someone, because I was really not in a good place, I decided to just make an account. And I had a really good couple hours with like, 3 people that came in and gave me someone to talk to for a bit. But that's kind of how my journey with the internet, I think, began. It was when I first realized that I found comfort in watching other people. For A. Flynn, thank you for the follow. And the guy Ben, thank you. One Above All. And Agi, thank you for 123 bits. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Nissard, Ulfang, thank you. And Keku the Wolf. And one Jesse Rose. Thank you, all of you guys. That's so many follows. Thank you. I don't think that YouTube would have a Twitch account, would it? Is that too, like, rival-y? Or are they just, like, undercover friends? I don't know. Let's see. I cannot tell you, like, the joy that I felt when I first found H3 in particular. Oh my god. Like, when you just find a new channel that you like, and then, like, 3 hours later, you're like, oh, whoa, okay. I went down the rabbit hole so hard. It was kind of the same for Tokidoki Traveler, too. I just really found her channel very comforting. You're like, oh. The same me that says I can't sit down and watch a whole movie just watched 5 hours of someone else. Huh. Single track on for this one. Free. Admittedly, on Twitch, I will say that I watch more game streamers, believe it or not, than music. I do like try to pop in, I haven't been as good as it lately, to other music channels that I really like to show support. Honestly, the one I hang out probably in the most is Alana B. Dutton. I just think she's really talented, and she's so lovely and just kind and good company. She's a French horn player. I highly recommend her. She's gorgeous. But I feel like I usually have the game streams on, because with music streams, I don't turn my brain off when I hear music. I'm just like, oh, that's interesting, and that combines to this way like this, and maybe I can make it turn into this, and I just can't relax. But with a game stream, I can just like totally melt and remember the good days of me watching my brother play and playing games like with my friends and stuff. So Jim, welcome. And KevTech, how are you? Yeah, like, it's almost exhausting. Maybe I'll try and do that Bo Burnham song for you guys after this one. But like the Bo Burnham special, I was exhausted by the end of it because I was analyzing it and emotionally engaged in it, and also just enjoying it as a viewer. But I felt like I ran like a marathon after watching that. I couldn't believe it. Okay, I got my looper set up. We're gonna do a loop arrangement that I put together of a song by Duran Duran called "The Chauffeur." One of my game streaming friends actually suggested I try this one. And I tend to be real picky with my songs, so I was not expecting that when I listened to it, I would be really digging it. I felt like I heard exactly what I wanted to do right away. Spoiler alert, he actually sent me another one, and it's kind of another slammer. I haven't written out an arrangement yet, but I think I'm gonna try. I won't tell you the performer yet. He seems like kind of a not as known artist. But he also uses the APC 40. So I was like, oh, this is perfect motivation to make it like a song I can perform on my APC 40 when I'm ready. Nighty, thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay. One, two, here we go. Lights are moving. Oh, looking for a new place to hide. All right. I'm gonna add percussion and stuff. Actually, violin. And the sun drips down and I get in the high as I find my dress all shining now. Oh, it's the keyboard. I was like, what the hell is that? Okay, my bad. Take two. It's too loud. I'm gonna lower my gain. Let's try that. Bye, the guy. I just want to do tambourine. Ow, it's stuck in my hair. Ow. I definitely did this song a little bit fast, but whatever.
Out on the top lanes, the glides are moving, all looking for a new place to drive. You sit beside me, so newly charming, sweat and dewdrops glisten fresh in your side, and the sun drips down, hitting heavy behind the front of your dress, all shadowy line, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. Sun drips down, hitting heavy behind the front of your dress, all shadowy line, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. Sun drips down, hitting heavy behind the front of your dress, all shadowy line, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. Sun drips down, hitting heavy behind the front of your dress, all shadowy line, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. Way down a lane away, living for another day. The A5 swam up in drifting haze. Swim seagulls in the sky towards that hollow western Ave. My ambient lady holds you fast in her gaze, and the sun drips down, hitting heavy behind the front of your dress, all shadowy line, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. And the sun drips down, hitting heavy behind the front of your dress, all shadowy line, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. Sing, blue silver, sing, sing, blue silver, sing, blue silver. Sing, sing, blue silver. More. Sing, blue silver. Sing, sing, blue silver. Violin, let's go. Stopping everywhere. The front of your dress all shattering out, and your dress all shadowy light in the droning engine throbbing time of your beating heart. I'm watching lovers part. I see you smiling. What glass splendors lie so deep in your mind to tear out from your eyes with the thoughts take the brooding eyes. And I'll only watch you leave me further behind. And the sun drips down, letting heavy vines in front of your dress all shadowy night, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. The sun drips down, letting heavy vines in front of your dress all shadowy light, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. And the sun drips down, letting heavy vines in front of your dress all shadowy light, and the droning engine throbs in time with your beating heart. And the sun drips down, letting heavy vines in front of your dress all shadowy light, and the droning engines throb in time with your beating heart.
My toe fade was not smooth. I tried. Also, I know I skipped doing blue silver again. I wanted to follow through. I knew I did it a little fast, but I really wanted to follow through with it to see how it would feel when I sang it. And it's like, I thought if I can split the difference between that and the tempo I usually do, then I think we'll find the sweet spot. But I just knew I had some tempo issues, so I kind of wanted to just finish it up as tidy as I could. Daniel, thank you so much for 100 bits, and for Davey is eating a sandwich. Thank you so much for 100 bits. I really appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. I said that maybe I'd try and do my Bo Burnham song I learned yesterday for you guys. I have to admit I'm a bit nervous, but I kind of want to try it. As you might guess from the name of this channel, piano is not my primary instrument. But you guys have motivated me to push myself and try. And I learned this by ear yesterday, listening to it over and over and trying to figure it out. This special really hit me. I know that a lot of people felt that way. And this song in particular really stood out for me, so I wanted to try it. I think I'm going to try and make this a loop eventually, maybe some point this week. But for now, I just want to sing it and see if I can do it. All right, I'm nervous. We need to have the piano up. Let's go back to a piano tone. Here we go. Okay. I'll do my best. Oh, I think I moved it up here. Oh, that's A flat. There we go. My mic can only go back this way so far. I think this should be able to pick me up still okay. Unless I did it up an octave here. And I turn this down. Oh, it won't let me go down further. So long, goodbye. I'll see you when I see you. You can pick the street, I'll meet you on the other side. So long, goodbye. Do I really have to finish? Do the returns always diminish?
slowly losing power. Has it only been an hour? No, that can't be right. So long, goodbye. Hey, here's a fun idea. How about I sit on the couch and I watch you next time? I wanna hear you tell a joke when no one's laughing in the background. So this is how it ends. I promise to never go outside again. Am I going crazy? Would I even know? Am I back to where I started 14 years ago? Wanna guess the ending, but if it ever does, I swear to God that all I've ever wanted was a little bit of everything, all of the time. A bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. I'm finished playing and I'm staying outside. If I wake up in a house that's full of smoke, I'll panic. So call me up and tell me a joke. When I'm fully irrelevant, totally broken, damn it. Call me up and tell me a joke. Oh shit, you're really joking at a time like this. Look who's inside again. Went out to look for a reason to hide again. Well, buddy, you found it. Come out with your hands up, we've got you surrounded.
Oh, that went way better than I thought. Ugh. Oh. This is the part that almost made me cry every time.
If I wake up in a house,
Shoot.
if I wake up in a house that's full of smoke, I'll panic. So call me up and tell me a joke. When I'm fully irrelevant and totally broken, damn it. Call me up and tell me a joke. You're really joking at a time like this.
So, I learned that yesterday. I was really proud of myself that I got it basically down in one day. I just went off by ear. Oh, it makes me want to cry. But I have I think, a cool idea for making this work as a loop. I'll tell you guys now. I don't know if this stuff's interesting. But I'm going to play this section, the beginning, without looping at all. So I'm just going to go through the chord progression for so long, goodbye. I'll see you when I see you. You can pick the street, I'll meet you on the other side. That I'll just play without looping it, and then record my strings coming in here when he goes, does anybody want a joke when no one's laughing in the background? And just have that prepared as a section. And then this part, of course.
Little bit of everything all of the time. A bit of everything all of the time.
I might try to do a loop arrangement of that by the end of the stream today. Oh, Kristen, did you just pop in? I just finished doing it. I'm sorry if that's what the order that just happened. But yeah, I feel like this one inspired me a lot to be more creative in making it good. Working and lurking. I'll do it again probably at the very end of the stream, but yeah. I'll make sure next time I see you in chat to like do it right away. Let's see. Let's do a bit of an uplifting one after that one. I'm gonna do Happy Together. Even though I think this song personally is extraordinarily creepy and disturbing. But let's do it. Hey, why? I'm feeling really good, thank you. I was feeling like a little nervous and a little shy to come back today after my break, but you guys have obviously just made me feel so welcome and supported, and I'm really excited to come up with new ideas and do new things. Like even this song, even if I don't end up playing it a lot on stream, it was a really good exercise for me to figure out a piano part by ear. Like I can tell I'm getting a bit more comfortable with the piano. Yep, and Uriel, totally fine, for sure. Anyway, let's do Happy Together, shall we? I'm feeling good, yeah. Like it was good. Wanna hear you tell children. I made the high gif and put it in a meme. Hope it's okay. What's the high gif? Is it in the Discord? Let's see here. else? I think we're good. Let's sing. Imagine me and you, I do. I think about you day and night. It's only right to think about the girl you love and hold her tight. So happy together. If I should call you up, invest a dime, and say that you belong to me and ease my mind, imagine how the world would be so very kind, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me, so happy together. If I should call you up, invest a dime, and say that you belong to me and ease my mind, imagine how the world would be so very kind, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. Jerry. Thank you, Jerry, for a sub. Thank you so much for 8 months now. That's the sound that I think I made when I made that face that is now an emote. Noki, what's up? It's good to see you. I think I also saw that somebody realized that one of the emotes came from this channel. Was it Davey is eating a sandwich? That really, I think it might be my favorite emote. That face, I just love so much. And the best part was I got to watch Pencils make it live. One night he was like sharing his screen in Discord. I think that's where you did it, right? Or did you do it live on your channel? I can't remember actually. Thank you for Kazeshi. Thank you. I really put my whole heart into this stuff. I love this stream and getting to spend time with you guys 4 days a week playing music. I feel like by the end of the year, I'm probably going to hit 10 hours of music that I have with my repertoire here. I miss the art nights too. Well, now that my break's over, maybe we could do a movie night this week or something. I still have to finish my playthrough of Gris on the game channel, but maybe we could do something in the Discord as a group this week. I think that could be really fun. But between these 4 binders here, I'm getting close to 10 hours of music, which I'm really excited about. Oh, Kristen, I love it. Like, I feel like it's not only really pretty, but the puzzles within itself aren't too over the top, like, you know, like crazy to figure out. I felt calm going through them and that I didn't have to spend too long trying to figure out anything in particular yet. And I was so shocked because I've seen that main picture from Gris with the girl in the hair and the purple blue colors, but I didn't realize that the rest of her body was like basically stick figure arms, and it was such like a fun surprise, and I don't know, it was so cool. Wait, oh, yoga nights are coming back? Very cool. And we can bring art nights back. I gotta decide on what we're gonna do. Well, I guess we can decide, right? For our next Discord movie. We talked about a bunch of them for fun here before, but I don't know if we should just leave a poll open. We'll do it as a poll where you guys can vote and we'll narrow down some options, I guess. I know we mentioned Oh Brother, Where Art Thou before, which is an awesome movie. I don't know. And then suggestions from y'all. I feel like I don't want to say too many things because I want to leave it as open as I can. I think I'd toss in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou. It's like a big musical influence on me. Okay, so my priority list is open at this point if anyone wants to put that one in. You haven't seen it, Tripwire? You are gonna really like it, I think. It is so good. It's such a good movie. It's really one of the reasons I'm playing violin. I'm having an urge to do Beneath the Mask from Persona 5. We'll get back to our game music over here. For Jerry, you've never heard of it for L? Oh, I might just make you guys watch Oh Brother, Where Art Thou this week. It's really good. It's what are those famous directors? The like team. Oh, I'm getting a spam risk. Love that. Coen Brothers? I feel like that would have been wrong. Oh, I was right. Oh, it's a Coen Brothers movie, and it takes place in like the South in like I want to say like pre-Depression period. I might be off with that. I'm not great with time periods. Oh, you want an Irish tune for username? I got you. And it basically tells the story of the Odyssey, but through these 3 men and their journey. And I feel like that's all I can probably say. Mid-Depression period. Thank you for checking me. I kind of tossed that out there hoping someone can help me narrow it down. But it's really good. It's so good. Love it. All right, let's see if I can remember Cooley's reel. Oh my gosh. One better than I thought. That one's pretty hard for me. It's getting better though, and my hand didn't tense up like it usually does. I really want to try and make sure that by the time St. Patrick's Day comes around for next year, that I'll hopefully have another 3 Irish tunes prepared for y'all. I'm gonna do my best. But yeah, for Doc, Not So Strange, they have so much good music in it that they actually made their all. There's definitely not going to be an all Irish stream. I'll probably be able to fill up 40 minutes of that and then be done. Apple box solo. First got to get a dang old box. But there's so much good music in the movie that they made a documentary called Down from the Mountain, I believe. And they have Emmylou Harris and Alison Krauss perform in it and just all these other great artists. So I might force you guys to just make that the movie in Discord, maybe this week. I'll talk to you guys in the general tab about it. We're going to do Beneath the Mask. This is one of my favorites. I tend to do a bit of improv on it. I still do the main melody for those who want to hear, you know, that melody that people tend to love so much from it. But I'm going to do also a little bit of improv. excited. I feel like I'm challenging myself with my solos to think of like more different rhythms and just I feel like I'm trying to take some more risks, which is nice to see. Oh my god, pencils. Just seeing that made me immediately hope I'd turn around and see Baloo. But I can see in my camera he's not here. Noki! Thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Thank you. That does give you a priority request. If there's anything you'd like to hear, just let me know. I would love to play you something to say thank you. Oh, wow. I forgot about this one. Oh, now we can see. Oh, it was just a sweater. I thought that actually was Baloo, this blob here. But that's actually just a sweater. Oh. Pet the coat. Petticoat? Much like what we wear on our walks through the park, Butley Poopington. See what I did there? That was pretty good. Your pie thing was pretty good, but that was pretty good. Oh, now you can just pet the violin, yes. Oh, you Butley Poopington. I'd love to do Little Root Town. If it's okay, could I do one more before we do that? I really want to do, where is it? I'm gonna do a pretty short one called Good Morning, New Day. I don't know if this game had like the same art director as Persona 5 or just something similar. It's called Catherine. I didn't play this one, but I watched playthroughs of it, and I just thought it was really interesting. And the game soundtrack for it is so good. So I'm gonna sneak in a Joe's pick before we do Little Root Town for Noki. I'm in such a good mood, you guys, by the way. I feel like my face hurts from smiling so much. I've already been streaming for like, how long? 3.5 hours. And I'm still just like, oh my god, but there's so many songs I haven't got to yet that I really want to. I'm feeling just excited and motivated. And it's just nice to be with you guys again. JJ Hall, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. As well as Amir, if you're still here, thank you very much. This one, I actually might want to play along. I like saved it on my computer because I wanted a loop a performance that does the recording more than twice. It looked like the game soundtrack for this was hidden enough where like, you know, no one did like one of those epic, really long loops, like 10 minutes of this. So I just made my own. There. I might have another coffee break to just top this off. It wouldn't be enough to put on a music video. I might just like run downstairs and do it. But first, let's give this a go. I wrote out the music for the synth line in the beginning. That's really cool, but kind of complicated and strange. So hopefully I'll get it. I'll do my best. Here we go. supposed to just automatically loop. Never mind. Bummer, dude. It's fine. We had a request for Little Root Town. For Little Root Town, I made this one into a loop. So I'm gonna... Oh! I pre-recorded the guitar for this one finally. Yay! So that should help the loop process go a little bit faster. I really, really like this song. I think the melody is very heartwarming, and it does such a good job at accomplishing its goal of being the home theme. Because the home theme in a video game always needs to have that like really cozy and almost sad sound to it. It's like saying goodbye to your mom is the home theme. That's what it should sound like. And I think Little Root does a really good job at that. Pre-recorded my guitar on track 34. And how do I want to do this? Maybe the accordion? Hey Jove, how are you? It's good to see you, my friend. Have a little bit more of this. For Jove, I had a great time, thank you. Feel refreshed and ready. I feel like I'm kind of just gonna improvise what I'm doing here. We'll figure it out. It might take me 2 passes, but I'll do my best. Oh, that could be pretty. Okay. I missed one, dang it. That's probably fine. cute. Thank you, Noki. I can't decide if I like it better with percussion or without. Man, even though it's like technically a beginner's model, I did find someone I'm going to try to get the bigger model for my accordion fix. I'm so dang happy I got that accordion though. I feel like the violin, the washboard, and it just make the most like sweet little trio of sounds. It really warms my heart. You like with the percussion for Lion Mac? I feel like I'll probably use. I feel bad saying all the things that I want to do because I know it's going to take me a while to get them done. But I want to make a video game album. I listen to video game albums a lot of remixers and arrangers, and I play along to arrangers versions on this stream. And I finally reached a point where I was like, why not me? Like, why don't I do it? So I want to make a video game album. I'm just conflicted as to if I should like embrace the orchestration of the accordion, violin, washboard, or just take each one individually. I don't know. I'm like way overthinking the flow of it all, but eventually that's something I want to do. I like the idea of keeping that orchestration together because it really works well in a bunch of my video game arrangements, like the Stardew Valley stuff, and like some of the Zelda stuff like Gerudo Valley. So I don't know if I should just do an EP of only that instrumentation. Just start. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. After doing that cozy one, I feel like I should do one of the most ultimate cozy songs, Zelda's Lullaby. Let's do it. And speaking of remixers, this is one of my favorites that I like to listen to. His YouTube channel is called Juke Remix. So I highly recommend you guys check it out if you haven't. He's very talented. I thought I felt the way violin strings work is they're wound like this as tight as possible so you don't feel the grates in between the coils. But the longer and older, well, longer you use your strings and older they get, they start to unwind. Oh, and it drives me crazy is you can feel it when you slide up and down. And I think I have a tiny one at a very important spot on my E string, which is so sad, but it's okay. Not a big deal. Let's I don't have any priority requests, so I'm just gonna start shooting through some of my favorite stuff if that's okay. But if anyone wants priority requests, those are open. And I'll probably go for like another hour, if that sounds good for everybody. I'm gonna be live again tomorrow as well at 3 Central Time. This was the very first Octopath Traveler song I learned. And it opened up my eyes to the amazing soundtrack that is Octopath Traveler. It's so good. Butley Poopington, my darling. Thank you for gifting 5 subs, Butley. I really appreciate it. And needless to say, I think you can see the clear happiness on my face whenever you're here. I think that one... Oh, you know what I should do? They're actually out there. I'm gonna grab something real quick. It'll just take me a second. Here it is. This is what I wanted. I'm gonna put a marker in things that I think would be good for me to turn into loops. This song is relatively short, so I could probably easily do it. I figured out chord progressions live with you guys. I don't know if you want me to try and do a bit of that now. Or I could save it for a more like prepared Teacher Joe moment. Welcome, by the way, for Knifey Spoony. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Butley, I see your request. So I'm going to do that first, actually. But, so, this is in the key of A flat. Tambourine. Oh no, it's not. It's actually F minor, which is the same thing, but just different tonics. Thank you, Nate Tonics, for the follow. Thank you. I'll do it later, but we at least know it's definitely in F minor. So I put a tab on there to remind myself so I can go back and figure it out. Alfred, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, guys. We'll figure it out. For MJ, admittedly, I built up a tolerance to playing because I kind of had to. Well, I had to. I played violin when I was little, but I quit. And I didn't pick it up again until I was 18. And at that point, I was studying vocals at Berklee. But I realized that my heart wasn't really in studying vocals. And what I really wanted was to play the violin after seeing the violin majors. And so I practiced every day. And I had a lot to catch up on. So I started practicing, I mean, initially like 2 hours, but then I built up the strength and the endurance to get up to 5 hours. And now I can play violin for like 8-9 hours straight if I want to. I've gotten better at cutting myself off. I do get carried away sometimes with streaming, as streamers do. But I can play for a long time. Also, Affectionate Scar. I think I saw you way earlier in chat and I forgot to say hello. But hello, it's so good to see you. How are you? Me? Carried away? What? What are you talking about? Never. Downstream. Oops. Is this your favorite one, Bentley? I feel like this is usually your go-to. I'm trying to remember if you usually ask for anything else. I think this one's your favorite, though. Mark, hello, welcome. I love the enthusiasm. Tiger Tails, welcome as well. Haven't seen you for a bit. Do you ever stop and think that people want to pay money just to hear you play? Honestly, no for MJ. I think about it afterwards. Like when I finish, it kind of hits me. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm like living the dream. I'm able to support myself playing violin thanks to you guys. In the moment, though, I feel like I'm just highly focused and honestly just trying to make sure I play the best that I can. You guys have done a really good job with helping me lighten up. I used to be viciously hard on myself when I would stream if I made any mistake, but I'm trying lately to embrace like the whole process of it and, you know, like realize that most of you guys probably aren't here just to hear a perfect performance. So I'm trying to get better at that side of it. But that's usually what I'm thinking of the entire stream. Oh, Clocktown. I wouldn't mind doing that one as well. You get two, Butley. I love that song too. We're going to do Downstream. Boop. Bum, bum. For Sierra, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, ooh, I'm probably going to make a donation goal at some point to get I think they're called bull drum. I might be saying it wrong. It's the Irish drum that it looks like this. It almost looks like a large tambourine. There's like a head with a bar across the middle, I believe, and you hold it and you have a double-sided mallet. And so you hit like that sort of a vibe with it. Saw. But whenever I'm interested in getting an instrument, I usually write a list of the things that I would use that instrument on for my songbooks, or songs rather, so then I know what I can apply them to. There's a bunch of new follows. Thank you guys so much. Let's see. B6732 and Waynoween. Thank you so much. Manderson. Sturari. Thank you so much. Cavi and Paul. I saw that you asked for Can't Help Falling in Love. I will do that for you right now. Thank you very much for the 500 bits. And Envy. How about, why don't we say, I'm going to prioritize making sure I've learned Irish stuff for St. Patrick's Day of next year. And I'm going to try and get the drum that month for St. Patrick's Day. Is St. Patrick's Day in March? Right? Does that sound right? And then I'll also have motivation to learn some Celtic pieces for the harp too. So I'm going to focus on that. Envy, thank you for the follow, by the way. I don't know if I just thanked you or not. I wanted to do another one just in case. Caroline Core. Not familiar with the name. Does she also play on Twitch? Or like, is she just a musician that you're familiar with? Jove, I didn't know you were such a fan of the Celtic pieces. I'll definitely prioritize them for you. Can't Help Falling in Love is a song I actually didn't write the a chord chart for. I thought it was simple enough that I could probably just do it without it. So let me look it up real quick. Wise men say. This one I will be performing as a loop. So I'm going to lay down the guitar first and then layer strings on top, and we will sing on top of all that. Oh, one of the chorus sisters. Ah, Silver, I feel like I've let you down. Oh my God, Matt, it's right in front of my face. Oh my God. Yes, I do remember Old Town. Oh God. Silver. Oopsie. Well, okay. Oh my God. I don't want to say his name too loudly in case he wakes up because he's probably sleeping. But I thought that a certain, fuzzy creature I own, Blue, would be screaming at me right now. But he's okay. He's been getting real fussy around 3 lately, 3 p.m. I feed him at 5:30. So that's like a good 2.5 hours of him freaking out. But he's been really thinking that it's food time at 3 lately and screaming at me. So we'll see if I just unintentionally jinxed it. The baby boy Balush. Da Baba. He's my good boy. He's not the best, I'll be honest. He really, like once a week lately, there's been a poop on the floor somehow. I don't know how he keeps doing it. But it happens. The beast. The beast poops around my house. Hey, Road Warrior. What's up? I'm good. How are you? we go. I'm almost falling. I gotta burp. Oh, okay. Sorry, I did burp again. Okay, I'm ready now. Oops. my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. Lion Mac, I had to stop reading what you wrote halfway through because it was making me all teary-eyed. Thank you so much. Your stream's been a bright spot in a difficult time for me, so thank you for being you and sharing your music. I would love to do Priscilla's song for you. Thank you so much for the donation. I usually sing at the very end of it, so I'll start with violin and then... Oh, stupid fly. I hate this thing. It's the only thing I don't like, pencils. Every other overlay thing is so funny, but that just makes no sense. Why is it so big? It's so disproportionate. I don't understand. Paul, thank you so much for 300 bits. Thank you as well for 1/2 of Anim for the follow. And I don't know how to change it. You know this. That's why you're laughing too. En Niebla, thank you for the follow. And Ballsy, thank you for the follow. I love how you're also Ballsy 3301. That means that there's 3,300 other Ballsies out there? Maybe? And Jove, you kicked off a hype train. Mogology. Thank you, Jove. Thank you. Also, AM, it's good to see you. I didn't know if you saw my sneaky wave. I did a mid-song sneaky wave. Let's see here. And it turns out that 1/100th of Twitch is made up of Ballsy 1 through 3,000. I don't know. You guys see what I'm trying to do. Whatever. I'll move on. Okay. Let's do Priscilla's theme. Let's see. Yeah, this is right. Oh, I hear some noises outside. Oh, I don't know if I told you guys. Well, yeah, I think I did at the beginning of stream. But I have Google Fiber now for my internet, which means I should have like no more internet interruptions ever. Obsidia, hey, what's up? That's my butt. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I was just about to play a song from The Witcher, but if I could play something for you afterwards to say thank you for the raid, please let me know. I also have a Majora's Mask song on here that we're going to get to at some point. RNT TV, thank you for the follow, as well as Skull Crusher. And I guess I'll introduce myself, play some violin for you. Rosewoods, thank you for the follow as well. dream come the morning. Your scent berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted me. Oh, violet eyes glistening as you weep. I think you could see for Gilderoy Pop Tart, your name, when I saw it flash up on the screen, brought me so much joy. I was like, oh my god, who is Gilderoy Pop Tart? And can he please ask me to the Yule Ball? Amazing. I love it. Thank you for the follow. And Chris Restart, thank you for the follow as well. I did see a request for Thunderstruck. I actually don't have that one on my list. I feel like I get it. I see, I understand. It could be fun, but I feel like after that intro, I just don't really have much of a desire to learn it. The beginning part is super fun though. The diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-dee. I was like, I'm down with that. But then after that, I'm kind of like, meh, and then I skip it to the next song. But it is cool. Let's see here. Thank you again for Absinia for the raid. I really appreciate you. How was your stream? I have a request for Clocktown in here from Majora's Mask if you guys want to hear that one. But for anyone who might be new, hello, my name is Joe. And what I do here is I play both covers where I'll sing on top of them using violin, piano, guitar, banjo, accordion, and a bunch of different things. And I play video game music. I have some of my originals tucked in there as well. And there's new stuff added to the list every single week. So if that appeals to any of you, I hope you'll consider giving me a follow. Oh, are you listening to the phony song? I love that silly song. Let's see, Clocktown. Thank you, Wade, for the follow. Thank you. For this next one, this one's kind of special because it's actually done by one of my friends in college. Not to say Clocktown was done by him. Clocktown was done for Majora's Mask a long time ago. But my friend, made a beautiful orchestral arrangement for it. In college, we both were a part of a choir called the Video Game Music Choir. I was very cool. And we would all make choir arrangements out of our favorite video game pieces. And he did a bunch of them for Zelda. That was definitely his favorite. So if you like what you hear, please check out his album, Children of Termina, which is a giant album for Majora's Mask. And he does a bunch of other great video game albums as well. And as you're about to hear, it's really freaking cool. He did an amazing job. K. Mooquizzle, thank you for the follow. Let's see. We're about to get epic, everybody. Final day. Oh my gosh, for one half, I love that. It gets scary at this point, because this is day 3, which if any of you are familiar with in Majora's Mask, can be a little bit stressful. So I'm gonna fade us out here, but I highly recommend once again that you guys check out the full album. I saw that a lot of you guys were liking it. Obsidia, you are being so kind in chat. It is making my heart just swell up. Thank you so much. I'm sure you guys feel this way about certain games or songs, but I didn't play Majora's Mask until... I'm so burpy. I didn't play Majora's Mask until like 3 years ago, believe it or not. And it was very important to me for getting through a very difficult time I was going through. So that one means a lot to me. I kind of want to do some more Zelda music. We got the priority queue open at this point. If anyone wants a priority request, just let me or one of the mods know. To get one, I just ask that you do anything to help support the channel. I want to do one that I play a lot, but I can't help it. Let's do both of them. I'm going to do the both, like, 2 islands from Wind Waker. I played Wind Waker right when I moved to Nashville, around like 10 years ago. George, thank you for the follow. And Kratos, thank you very much. More! You got it. I got so much. This is all the video game music. Well, I got 3 binders of game music, really. And then just all the lyrics for the songs I sing for you guys. So we got lots of stuff. We're going to start with Outset Island. It's a close call between the 2 for me, but Windfall Island is my favorite. I'll play that one for you after we do Outset first, which is also super cute and very fun. I'm going to use another one of my markers because there's so much good violin happening in that should also be made into an instrumental loop. I'm slowly but surely taking all of my tracks and I want to turn them all into loop performances. The Fitco, what's up? I'm doing really good. How are you? And there's so much good like pizzicato work happening in that it's just yelling to be played as a loop. I do produce my own stuff. The bands I play for have their own producers, but anything that I release is all done by me. Except the EP I did like a long time ago. But everything on my YouTube channel, I film, I record, I edit, and all that stuff. Pencils, I can tell you want a mashup. I don't know why I'm like kind of intimidated by mashups. I am going to do a mashup for Zelda at some point with that one I did with Song of Storms combined with Koss's theme. I want to make that probably the basis of a pretty big one, but we'll see. I'm a little intimidated. Juke Remix. This one is done by Juke Remix. You guys might notice that I mention a fair amount of arrangers and Dragon Outfall. So Dragon Roost and Windfall. I figured it out. This next one's done by Juke Remix. I really like to play along with the tracks, but sometimes if I find a specific arranger that I really enjoy, I like to, make sure to show them to you. So the link to his YouTube channel's in chat if you want to check him out. He's one of my favorites. Oh, I'm so excited. This one makes me so happy. It's a good bouncy song. You'll probably be like this in your chair. Oh man, that was some of my worst earblood of the day. I forgot a sharp and it sounded really bad. Yep, there it is. I didn't have time to go back to chat after, and I was like, there's going to be some earblood in chat. They know what I did. I gave them earblood. I feel like the vibes of that one kind of make me want to do Tressa's theme. And then I'll do a singing song. I feel like I haven't sang for you guys in a little bit. Solid earblood. I feel like these tabs will help me figure out arrangements to remember. I like that. I just gotta make sure I don't fill up the whole top, so like I can't even see what I want to do. It was some very experimental jazz, I think is the closest I could probably make an analogy with it. How do I record the violin? That's not a weird question at all. I use this microphone, which is a very, very nice microphone. I saved up donations from you guys for multiple weeks to afford this one, and that's good system pencils. I'll make sure I follow that. So I use this, and it goes through an interface, the Apollo Twin. I had a different one before that was less expensive, but also very effective. And I've done all of my recording in a program called Logic Pro, but I'm lately learning a new one, which has been a bit harder for me than I thought. I kind of want to stick with Logic for like my recordings, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, this mic was such a game changer for me. I feel like you guys can really hear the differences in my bowings and things like that, thanks to it. One thing I've been a bit experimental with my looper is sneakily recording things while I play for a track where you might not even realize it. I'm just gonna give away the surprise right away, I guess, but I'm gonna try and do that. For Parsep? I'm so sorry, but I don't have that one on my song list. But if you see something you like on the song list, I will happily play it for you. But it's gotta be on the list, or else it ain't happening. That's already not lining up. I think it's okay. We'll see. Thank you for the sub, Momentary Bliss. Thank you. Oh, dang it. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, I'm so frustrated with myself. I saw where my mistake happened. I didn't press the end loop, like the easiest thing I could have fixed. Meh, I'll get it next time maybe. Such a pretty melody though, I love it. Bye for MJ. Thank you for being so kind in chat today. I really appreciate it. You know, I haven't done that in a long time for username is secret, so maybe that's good enough of a reason to just jump right in. It's the most recent one that I put up on my YouTube channel that I recorded. Yeah, it was close, but I was so mystified at first, I just couldn't figure it out. I didn't write down the chords or anything to this. How did I even record this? I think when I did this one as a recording, it was like an experiment. Like where I was testing the microphone with my washboard and stuff. And then I was like, oh, this sounds good. I should actually make a video for it. But that being said, I have no idea how I did. Thank you, AM. It's good to see you as always. I hope you're having a nice start to your week. You know what? I'm just gonna do it just the strings because I'm not that confident I know the other parts. But now it's an enticement to watch the full version on my YouTube channel and maybe subscribe. I'm just gonna do an all strings arrangement. For Momentary Bliss, I don't know if you could hear me over all the sounds earlier, but you do get a priority request for the sub. Thank you so much. And please let me know if there's something I can play for you. As well as DZ Puzzles. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you? and you get a priority request if there's something you'd like. I think after this one, I'm going to take a quick break and then do our last little bit of music. Let's see. Wait. How should I do this? I'll figure it out. We'll just experiment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and... That was way easier than I thought. You know, I think the reason I was able to play that one pretty confidently was because I had to re-record that video, I think 7 times. So it's like really in my fingers, I guess. But not necessarily in a good way. All right, y'all. I'm going to take a Blue Kept Coming. Like in the room. It might have been more than 7. I re-recorded that video so many times. It drove me insane. Let's see. Oh my God, I got a very alarming notification from Twitch. I think it said you can now see why people choose to resub or not. Oh my God, I don't know if I'm emotionally ready for that. I'd be like, oh no. They're like, you got worse at violin and I hate you. Be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Blup, 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 blup. Oh, that's actually, I'm really into that, Sierra. I really like that. Yeah, I don't want that information. Like, I could see how that will be helpful. Not that I'm telling you your input is not valuable. Of course your input is valuable, but that's pretty horrifying to think about. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna take my last break here and we'll go into our last pocket of music. I'm still feeling good. Probably just going for another like 45 minutes. And I will be streaming again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time for anyone who wants more music. I also stream Thursday and Friday. And yeah. Cool. Fun. Okay. I'll be back after this video. Jesus, don't cry. You can rely on me, honey. You can combine anything you want. I'll be around. You were right about the stars. Each one is a setting sun. Tall building shade, voices escape, singing sad, sad songs. Doomed to cold, strong and cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Don't cry. You can rely on me, honey. You can come by anytime you want. I'll be around. You were right about the stars. Each one is a setting sun. Tall building shade, voices escape, sing sad, sad songs. Doomed to cold, strong down cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Tall building shade, voices escape, singing sad, sad songs. Doomed to cold, strong down cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Strong down cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around.
Then check this out.
Wow, I've been on break too long if I thought that was the appropriate way to come back. Jeez. Dave, what's up? It's good to see you. Oh my god. Let's see. Okay. I just turned to two songs that are grabbing my heart. Also, I saw your thing before break pencils, and I was like, yeah, it's probably true. I can't help myself. I didn't realize until I took my vacation for the past 2 weeks and I started being around people a lot. And I was hissing at people like a freaking, like, rabid animal. Rabid, not rapid. And I realized how good that my friends are for just, like, not even thinking about it. They were like, okay, yeah, that's Joe. I was like, wow. My ADHD, when it comes out, man, it's just, I can't control it. I just need to do things at people. All right. I would like to do for you A Town with an Ocean View. This is my first attempt at ever doing a Studio Ghibli loop, and I'm really happy with how it's going. 1/2! Oh my god, you just resubscribed for 3 months in advance? Thank you so much, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to do my best to make sure that over those 3 months, I keep coming up with new stuff and try to make you proud. But thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Also for Vincent, thank you for the follow. I'm really excited. I feel like I'm getting a lot better at piano and I'm really close with Ableton. I think what I'm going to do after stream tonight is make some pasta, watch some H3 podcasts, and then do a bit of Ableton experimenting with the looper built into the program, because I know that's what you suggested, Pencils. I was trying to see if I could do it without it, but that wasn't working, so I'm going to try and change that. But I appreciate you guys so much. Really, thank you. My Shadow 46! I'm back from vacation. I'm pretty simple when it comes to my pasta for L. Oh, I also saw Way go in chat. You asked me about harp. I've been putting harp completely on hold until I get Ableton done. It's in a way motivating me to actually learn Ableton because I really don't want to learn Ableton, but I do want to play harp. So I'm going to reward myself with that if I do the other thing that I don't want to do. So I'm getting a lot better at Ableton. I'm just still not ready yet. I think I saw in Discord today that you bought a new harp. Did I read that correctly? I saw it like right before I streamed, so maybe I was wrong. That's kind of a good idea, Pencils. Then people won't continuously be disappointed when I'm like, no. Ordered it 4 months ago and just picked it up. Oh my gosh, congratulations, Elle. Everyone do congratulations for Elle and her new harp. She's been actually following through on her harp journey and making great progress. I'll get there, I promise. Thank you, TMK. That's really kind. I feel like that's what I'm having problems with Ableton, if I'm being honest. I've worked so long at practicing and learning instruments. And so I understand, even when it's something I haven't played before, at least how to get started usually. Like, I know how to work on my scales and to work on my arpeggios and to work with a metronome and get the most common chord progressions down first, like C, F, G, like my 1, 4, 5s and stuff. But with Ableton, I can't apply any of that calm learning etiquette that I've had and been able to polish on the last 10 years. Now it's just understanding computers. And oh my God, I just hate it. I hate it so much. And it makes my ADHD come out so bad where I just try and find any excuse to get up. Like, when I'm sitting down, I'll try to think of a new song to look up on YouTube and maybe try and make a bass line. It's like, nope, you can't do that. So I set alarms on my phone to really make me stick to it. Drew Barrymore, I don't usually get that. Is it because I talk out of the side of my mouth? I feel like that might be a reason. It gets worse and better depending on how nervous I am. Or intoxicated. Usually one of those. Shall I play the song now? Aren't I just a gem? Why, thank you. It's good to see you. How are you? I just become that. Yeah, not far off. Probably pretty accurate, yeah. I'm very excited with this particular loop and how it's coming together. I only drink on stream if it's like a celebration after 5 or the game streams, but on the playing ones, I'm trying to be a little more professional, even though I won't lie, I do like a little bit of a drink in the evening. Here we go. Oh no, this is supposed to be empty. Oh, I remember now. I saved it because I was going to show it later on stream, but that means I deleted my original guitar track. Oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. That's really frustrating. Let's see. Spent the last year learning Ableton from a producer by the name of RKC. Literally the most fun I've had in so long. I hope I can get it fun for me soon. I've been struggling, but I'm determined. I'm a lot of different things, and one of them is stubborn. I am very stubborn. I don't believe much in, like, what are those called? Horoscopes? But I do think I'm a Taurus in that way for sure. Honestly, Little Burbs, thank you. I needed that. Yes, I was getting really defeated and frustrated. And even while I was playing today, I was like, man, like, I'm so good with the looper. Maybe I should just keep my boss. But I know the Ableton is the way to go, and I need to just push through this hard time. For Butley, what particular traits for Sagittarius? Sagittarius, there we go. Sagittarius. What traits of that do you identify with? And Little Burbs, thank you so much for the new sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tripwire. Oh, you guys are making me feel better. Sagittarius. Little Burbs, that does give you a priority request. If there's anything you'd like to hear from my list, just let me know. Oh, I chipped a nail. Oh, that feeling makes me have shivers up my spine. Okay. Let's record all these guitar. Get that done. Okay. We're going to record guitar first, and then I'm going to start building on top of it. One, two, here, go. Screwed that part up. What's my tempo? 2, 3, 4, 3, F sharp diminished? Oh. Oh no, it's the upside down D shape. So that's. E minor. I gotta fix my note there. Is this an F sharp diminished? Ba-ba-bum. Yeah, that's right. Okay, what's my tempo? 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Here we go. Son of a damn it. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. Here we go. Thank you so much for a $1 donation. Thank you. I know this one has been going on for a while, but I'm having a lot of fun building it. I'm just gonna add percussion and be done with it. Nguyen, thank you for the sub. Here, let me turn it down so you can hear me. Nguyen, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Please let me know if I could play something for you. And hey, that's Nick. Thank you for 100 bits. Thank you. If you insist. For Little Bird, I will play that for you right when I finish this one. I love it so much. Thank you so much for S. Bitvin for the $1 donation. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm so happy with this one. It's so fun. Thank you, Pencils. I feel like when I do the music video for this one, I want to make sure I'm riding like a bike somewhere. I feel like that's what I see in my brain. I might have to get a fake Baloo. As much as I would like to have him in the basket. Maybe Pencils, if you could like edit him in. Oh, that gives me anxiety thinking about Pencils. My favorite part is by far the ending though. This part's so cool. Oh man, I could just let that roll for so long. Oh. Thank you, by the way, for the new follows as well for Bearcut, Jared, and Free Sweet Potato. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. And I feel like I should probably take this as a sign that First Day of My Life should be my last song. For a while, that was one of the songs I'd play at the end of every stream. So I feel like I should probably follow what Destiny has placed in front of me. We've been getting close to 6 hours of playing, which I'm very excited about. I could keep going, but I should probably make sure to get that pasta and learn a little bit of Ableton tonight. Oh, Elle, you asked me what kind of pasta I think. I think I was going to do pesto, and I wanted to fry up onion and bell pepper. Zucchini. Oh, I got the perfect being late again timing. Well, tomorrow is going to be my stream that starts at 3 p.m. That one does typically go into the evening, as I know some people, it's easier for y'all to come on in the evening times. So I'll be going a little bit later. Oh, for Little Burb, I used to like cry 50% of the time whenever I do this song. I'm trying to... What? I love some pan-fried onions, man. Oh, so nice. I've been outvoted on that multiple times, though, so... I love zucchini, too. Zucchini is great. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to say before the end of the stream. Mostly just thank you, everybody, for letting me tell you about the news in my personal life, and also just being really supportive and making me feel really welcome on my first day back after break. I got 3 more music streams this week. I'm thinking maybe Wednesday, or I gotta figure out what time I have to record some band stuff. There will be a game stream at some point this week. I just have to figure out when rehearsal is. Let's see. First day of my life. Wait a minute. Oh, I just mixed these up. I was like, that is not alphabetical order. You does not come before I. Yeah, I was right. Just had to double check. What, Raisin? What amuses you? I know my alphabet. I learned it a long time ago. Your birthday is this Saturday. Well, I'm gonna make sure to sing you if probably I'll sing for you whenever you want this week for when you want your happy birthday. If you can pop by on Friday, that will be right before. Interesting. Interesting. Whoa, it just looks like I flipped you off. I was just scratching my nose. That wasn't passive aggressive, I promise. Maybe my brain naturally doing it as a defense mechanism. I don't think it was, though. Okay. My bad. Okay, let's do it. That's all. Oh, that means we got to think about who we're going to be rating. It's like the hissing. Oh man, there's a lot of people on right now. This is a little overwhelming. Let's take a look. What are y'all thinking? I was thinking maybe Andy or Emmett McGann. Gary said I'm not allowed to rate him. This is the first day of my life. Ooh, I do like Schnaff. No, he was like, I've never seen my count go up and down so fast. He's like, I don't take it personally, but I know that your people do not want to watch me. So he said I'm not allowed to. Jack, what's up? You made it just in time before our last song. It's good to see you. How are you? Well, I'm seeing 2 votes for Schnaff, so let's get Schnaff. I really enjoy his playing tremendously. I also had no idea that he's also someone who started learning classical guitar later in life. Like, I felt like with the violin, I felt kind of like an oddball as I didn't play it nonstop since I was a kid, and it was something I was very self-conscious about. But I never would have guessed by how wonderful his playing is. Schnaff is a fun thing to say. We can all agree on that. All right, we got 3 for Schnaff. That seals the deal. You guys are going to love him if you haven't seen him already. He's a really wonderful guitarist. He also sings, does a little piano, has some originals. He does it all. And his like background and setting is just overall very chill and relaxing. So I think you guys will be quite pleased. Again, I'll be live tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time, which is just short of 2 hours before now-ish. So, yes. Welcome, Killer Tofu! My nose got itchy. Oh, Doc, if you haven't seen Schnaff yet, I think you'll actually really like his channel. This is perfect too, because I'll be finishing just in time to feed Baloo. He'll be pleased. He will be so pleased. Itchy.
met you. Now I don't know where I am, I don't know where I've been, but I know where I want to go. So I thought I'd let you know that these things take forever, I especially am sorry. But I realized that I need you, and I was wondering if I could come home. Thank you. I remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. And I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. You felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. But now I don't care, I can go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you wanna be me, with these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for the paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like me. So if you wanna be me, with these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for the paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like. Wanna be with me? With these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for a paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you'll like. I remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. And I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. You felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. And now I don't care, I can go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you wanna
me. Hi, Gary. I was late today because I was watching you and I was nervous. But I talked to everybody about you a little bit. Thank you for the raid. Miss Slowski, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Thank you. And Rodrigo Bertolucci, thank you so much. I feel like I played that song hoping you were watching it all the time. So it was kind of cool that you came in for that for the raid. That was going to be my last song, but I feel like I should do something you like. Is there like a song that you like the best? This is a trick question. There's a right answer to this. I'm kidding, by the way. The Wonders of Conditioner. He was complaining about it. He was like, man, my hair too fluffy. Has he seen the light now? I do know a bunch of them. I've learned like a good 6 songs on the list actually Gary showed me. So like the one from Unravel, he told me to do that one. The one with the weird album cover, like the symbol art that's kind of disturbing. Blue Dragon, where it's like it's too muscular. It looks gross. I don't like it. But I like the song you showed me from it. And obviously Fisherman's Horizon. Oh, I don't know if you heard me do this one. Why don't I do Ballum Garden for you? Yeah, I was saying over vacation, when we got to spend some time together, I was saying how I realized when I was interacting with another person for the first time in a while that I've been hissing, like I was hissing at you and just doing overall very rude, awful things. But you didn't seem to mind too much, so that's good. And I guess I brought it in chat today because I was hissing at people too. Oh, the new song? Oh, shoot. Yeah, maybe I should show you that instead. Yeah, let's do that instead. I learned one of the Bo Burnham songs. Oh, I mean, never mind. I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. Gary made me watch this and I cried a lot. I'm kidding, I liked it. But I did cry a lot. Let's see. Lower. I learned this yesterday when I was really sad. So long, goodbye. I'll see you when I see you. You can pick the street, I'll meet you on the other side. palate cleanser. I need something happier to end on. Wait, that's not resolved. That's not resolved. Now I lost it. Oh my god, I feel really exposed. That was the part that kept making me cry when I was rehearsing it. It's so pretty. Man, I thought I'd be able to get through it. I want to see if I can just get through it. Because I know I can play it. If I wake up in a house that's full of smoke, I'll panic. So call me up and tell me a joke. When I'm funny, irrelevant, and totally broken, damn it. Call me up and tell me a joke. Oh shit. You're really joking at a time like this. There. Thank you, Gary, for the raid. All right, let's do it. I've been exposed too much. I'm uncomfortable. I'm leaving. Thank you for the follows. And Miss Slowski, thank you very much. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to be live tomorrow at 3 Central Time. And for Bitali, thank you for 1,000 bits, by the way. That was super generous. I really appreciate it. And Cathadora for 100 bits and the follows. I was planning on rating one of my wonderful music streaming friends, Schnaff, who's really, really good at guitar. Schnaff. Thank you, everybody, for making me feel so welcome on my first stream back from break and letting me share all the good news in my life. That's happening right now. Gary. And a lot of other good things. So thank you. And I'll be back on tomorrow for anyone who wants to hang out. All right, love you guys.